Please be seated. Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda, honorable members of the governments of Ukraine and Lithuania present here and also participating online, magnificent rectors, Your Excellencies ambassadors, dear students, dear professors, dear academic community, distinguished guests. It's my deepest privilege to welcome you all at Vytautas Magnus University at the International Forum, pursuing President Volodymyr Zelensky's peace formula, joint actions of Ukraine and Lithuania toward the long-lasting peace. We shall commence the event with the national anthems of Lithuania and Ukraine. Please stand. Dear colleagues, it has been a year since Russia unleashed an inconceivably barbaric war onto Ukraine, which has claimed hundreds of lives of innocent people and their defenders. I would like to kindly ask us to stand for a minute of silence in honor of the perished. Thank you. We would also like to express our gratitude to Vytautas Magnus University academic choir Vivere Cantus and their choral director Rolandas Daugiela. We will continue, and let me invite Vytautas Magnus University Rector, Professor Juozas Augutis, to give an opening speech.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda, members of the governments of Ukraine and Lithuania, magnificent rectors, excellencies, ambassadors, the academic community, esteemed guests. Today marks 1 year since a peaceful, flourishing, and developing Ukraine was turned into a war zone. 1 year, or 365 days, since the Russian invaders have been voluntarily killing Ukrainian people daily, destroying their homes and leaving them without water, electricity, and heat. Ukraine is heroically standing up, restraining Putin's evil, preventing it from penetrating deep into Europe. At the same time, Europe is passing the examination of democracy, unity, and security. Russia's brutal invasion of independent Ukraine has posed a direct threat to the established order in Europe and, indeed, in the world. Lithuania has shown many examples of solidarity with Ukraine for Europe, and this forum is another opportunity to stand together with the country and to find a way to victory together. On 16 February, Lithuania celebrated State Restoration Day. We have gone through many painful transitions during this difficult 105-year period. But now we are a free European country, and we can help Ukraine, which has been fighting for its freedom for a year. Only by having experienced what it means to lose freedom can understand what freedom means. Like the Republic of Lithuania, Vytautas Magnus University has a difficult history of a century. The university was closed down by Soviet regime and restored together with Lithuania. That is why we cherish freedom, democracy, and human rights. The initiative of this event originated from the center of Ukraine, which was started on 11 June last year by the efforts of First Ladies Diana Nausėdienė and Olena Zelenska. Symbolically, the center of Ukraine opened its door in the street named after the Ukrainian poet Tarasas Shevchenko in the Vytautas Magnus University Educational Academy in Vilnius. The center is visited by around 2,000 children and adults every month, and in the 7 months of its existence, more than 800 activities have been organized, including psychological, therapeutic, and educational sessions. The President of the Republic of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda, and Mrs. Diana Nausėdienė, the Ambassador of Ukraine in Lithuania, Petro Bešta, are frequent guests of the center. The President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Alexandrovich Zelensky, and Mrs. Olena Zelenska joined the Independence Day celebration online. The center was visited by the distinguished guests such as Matilda, Queen of Belgium, the Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada of the Ukraine, Mr. Ruslan Stefanchuk, and many ambassadors residing in Vilnius. The center aims to continue providing humanitarian and social assistance to Ukrainians and bring together experts, politicians, scientists, business people, and intellectuals from Lithuania and other countries to help Ukraine integrate into the European Union and NATO, contribute to the reconstruction of Ukraine, and to help implement the peace plan proposed by President Зеленський. Ми будемо з Україною до перемоги. Слава Україні!
Thank you, Rector. For the first keynote speech, we are honored to invite His Excellency President of the Republic of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda.
Your Magnificence Rector, dear Minister, dear member of the European Commission, Your Excellencies Ambassadors, members of the Academia, ladies and gentlemen. We are meeting at a critical hour in our history and the history of our region and the whole of Europe. 1 year has passed since the start of the ongoing Russia's full-scale invasion, and almost 9 years since the start of the unprovoked Russian aggression against Ukraine. After much bloodshed and huge sacrifices made by the brave Ukrainian defenders, their country is still standing strong. Throughout all these years, exceptional courage, resilience, and unity have become the defining features of Ukrainian national resistance. While Ukrainian people are bravely fighting for their own dignity, identity, and the sovereignty of their country, what also weighs on their shoulders is the future of Europe. Only Ukraine's victory will safeguard our shared values of freedom and democracy, as well as the rules-based international order. I commend my dear friend Volodymyr, the President of Ukraine, for his leadership shown during this most difficult time. Even today, we will have the opportunity to listen to his brave and wise words and to feel inspired by his relentless drive towards the final and decisive victory. I believe that we are all strong believers in Ukraine's ability to withstand this brutal aggression, to consolidate democracy, and to create a strong basis for future economic growth. However, we must also acknowledge the darker reality of war. In his latest annual address, the Russian leader yet again indicated stubborn willingness to push forward no matter the cost. Russian forces are still in the occupied Ukrainian territories. The Kremlin's imperialistic ambitions threaten the survival of the Ukrainian nation, as well as the European security architecture. At this perilous moment, peace still looks a distant possibility. And yet, it is precisely long-lasting peace that Lithuania, Ukraine, and all other free nations of the world must seek by joint actions. Not any kind of ceasefire that would give the aggressor more time to prepare next attack, nor an appeasement called peace that would eventually encourage the Russian regime to continue military expansion. No, what we need is a kind of peace that is just sustainable and aimed at discouraging any new acts of aggression. And long-lasting peace as described by President Zelensky in his vision. Ukraine has stated clearly that the key preconditions for peace is the withdrawal of all Russian troops and armed formations, and the restoration of justice, including accountability for the crime of aggression and compensation for the damages. So far, Russia is clearly not listening. Therefore, true peace can only be based on international community speaking in one voice and actively supporting Ukraine. The coming months will be crucial for the outcome of the war. The speed and the scope of the allies' military and financial support will be key in seeking decisive Ukrainian victory. Recognizing this, Lithuania has already provided Ukraine with official assistance worth more than 800 million euros, and more is to come. My country also seeks to participate in implementing President Zelensky's peace formula, especially in the fields of accountability and energy security. To move forward, we must increase pressure on Russia. It must be held accountable for the crime of aggression. We also need to restore the credibility of the multilateral institutions that we are sadly unable to prevent, stop, or even adequately punish Russia's aggression against Ukraine. The many crimes committed by Russian soldiers and mercenaries are the direct result of decisions taken by Russia's top political and military leadership. Responsibility for all the systemic killing, torture, and deportation campaigns falls on the Russian leadership. Allowing them to escape prosecution would deny justice for millions of Ukrainians and undermine the very idea of international accountability. Recognizing this, Lithuania firmly supports the initiative to establish a special international tribunal to prosecute the crime of aggression in Ukraine. Lithuania is also doing everything possible to consolidate the necessary international support. My country condemns Russia's systematic use of missiles and drones to attack civilians, civilian objects, and infrastructure across Ukraine, in breach of international humanitarian law. This is not new, sadly. Whenever Russia goes to war, whole cities are being leveled to the ground and civilian infrastructure destroyed. It should not continue. Ukraine must receive as much air and missile defense as necessary. Today, it is also crucially important to help Ukraine to cope with the damage of its critical infrastructure. So far, Lithuania is leading the European Union member states in electricity generators and transformers donated to Ukraine. Hopefully, other nations will follow suit. Soon, Ukraine will be in dire need for modern infrastructure solutions, including green energy. Lithuania, the first country to stop buying Russian energy resources, will be ready to assist Ukraine with its future energy transformation. In the long run, forging reliable, resilient, low-carbon and affordable energy systems once then that cannot be threatened or manipulated by monopolistic suppliers will benefit both Ukrainian and European economies and societies. Lithuania remains a loyal ally and reliable partner on Ukraine's road to European and Euro-Atlantic integration. Remarkable commitment to the European course shown by the government and people of Ukraine, even in the midst of the war, is truly inspiring. I very much welcome the progress that Ukraine has made in implementing reforms and following the recommendations of the European Commission. I call for the start of Ukraine and European Union accession negotiations as soon as possible. Ukraine's place is in the European Union family. Ladies and gentlemen, for Lithuanians, this war touches something deep in our soul. With a truly transformative power, it changes our society in more than one way. This last year has been a period of great sadness and pain, and also of remarkable solidarity and unity. The Lithuanian people have been eager to help their brothers and sisters from Ukraine, and they have proved it time and again. In many instances, this meant opening the doors to Ukrainian refugees. So far, Lithuania has provided a safe stay to more than 65,000 Ukrainian people. Almost 20,000 Ukrainian school children have entered our education system. Even more adult Ukrainians, about half of the working age people who have arrived, joined the Lithuanian labor market. The Ukrainian Center opened in Vilnius with a possibility to operate in other Lithuanian cities and regions. I would like to use this opportunity to thank the Vytautas Magnus University as well as the Embassy of Ukraine for your partnership in establishing such a center. The war in Ukraine has also contributed to the extraordinary development of civic initiatives in Lithuania. Lots of people today join non-governmental organizations, volunteering, share money and their belongings. For us, there is simply no turning back. Lithuania will stand with Ukraine as long as it takes. And we will contribute as much as possible to the peace we all so sincerely desire. Thank you, and razom do перемоги.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your inspiring and insightful speech and for your kind support to the Ukrainian Center. Dear colleagues, we will now have an opportunity to listen to the keynote speech by His Excellency President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky.
Пане президенте Гітаносе, пане ректоре, пані та панове, литовський народ. Ми з вами, українці і литовці, спільно йдемо історією Європи. Ми з вами об'єднані поколіннями і століттями. Ми з вами пройшли часи хороші і часи трагічні, часи мирні і часи жорстокі. Скільки б не були на світі українці та литовці, ми завжди боролися за свободу, так чи інакше. Зараз видатний час, коли ми можемо вибороти і гарантувати нашу з вами свободу не просто на роки, не просто на десятиліття. Зараз такий час, коли ми можемо захистити нашу з вами свободу назавжди. Росія повинна програти в Україні. Російський реваншизм має назавжди забути про Київ і Вільнюс, про Кишинів і Варшаву, про наших братів у Латвії та Естонії, в Грузії і в кожній іншій країні, якій зараз погрожують російські вбивці. Ми можемо це. У нас є цей історичний шанс. І я дякую усім вам, литовські народи, дякую всім вам, друзі, за те, що ви разом з нами робите дійсно усе, щоб не втратити цей історичний шанс. Оборонна допомога, політична, економічна, гуманітарна – немає такої сфери, в якій Україна не відчувала би щирість та рішучість Литви. Українці завжди це пам'ятатимуть і завжди зберігатимуть вдячність за це. І я вірю, що саме цього року ми можемо додати до нашої з вами історії ще один елемент – нашу з вами спільну перемогу. У війні проти спільного ворога ми збережемо нашу незалежність, точно збережемо. А отже, вже зараз ми маємо діяти так, щоб дати нашим народам надійні гарантії неповернення зла. Українська формула миру – це 10 пунктів, які дають саме такі гарантії. Це очевидно необхідні безпекові пункти, це очевидно необхідна деокупація України і це очевидно необхідна справедливість для усіх, хто постраждав від російської агресії. Жодній людині на землі більше ніколи не повинні загрожувати голод і радіаційні катастрофи, агресії і терор, руйнація енергетики і блекаут міжнародного права, депортації і екоциди. Росія несе все це своєю агресією. Ми приберемо все це. Наші героїчні воїни це зроблять. Наша співпраця з вами і з усім світом це зробить. Наша формула миру це зробить. І як наслідок ми зробимо нашу формулу миру основою нової безпеки усіх у Європі та кожного у світі, хто цінує життя. Впевнений, що Литва буде на цьому шляху разом з нами. Слава усім, хто бореться за свободу. Слава Україні!
And wishes for victory go to President Zelensky and all the nation he stands by. Before we proceed with the first plenary session, we would like to express our sincerest appreciation for His Excellency President of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda, for participating in our event. Thank you. We would like to wish you stay. I want to know that the future is here. Thank you. Let me now invite the participants of the first panel discussion on energy independence and green future of the EU and beyond. How could successful post-war recovery of Ukrainian energy sector become a game changer? And I would like to invite to the panel Vice Minister of Energy of the Republic of Lithuania, Inga Žilienė. Please welcome. Chief Advisor to the President of Lithuania, Yaroslav Neverovic. Please welcome. Head of Lithuanian Energy Agency, Virgilijus Poderys. VMU Dr. Dainius Genys, VMU Energy Security Research Center representative. And the moderator of the panel, Professor Arūnas Molis, representing VMU.
Okay, so hello to everyone. It's my pleasure basically to welcome everyone today on this plenary session, on this event, and to see so many faces and well experienced faces, and also my students. So hello, nice to meet you in this responsibility as well. So we have quite interesting and I would say quite intense plenary session on the energy security in general. And some speakers are already introduced, but in addition to the Lithuanian representatives, we also have the representative of the European Commission, Mr. Virginijus Sinkevičius. So he is the Commissioner for Environment, and he will give the recorded speech. And we also have two speakers from Ukraine. That's the Deputy Minister of Energy of Ukraine, Yaroslav Demchenkov. And we also have on the plenary head of the State Agency for Energy Efficiency and Energy Saving of Ukraine, Mr. Valery Bezus. So they're going to join us online from Ukraine. I introduce once again myself. I am Arūnas Molis. I am professor of Vytautas Magnus University, Faculty for Political Science and Diplomacy. So we're going to start with the recorded welcoming remarks of the European Commissioner Virginijus Sinkevičius. So please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for this invitation. It's now 1 year since Russia's unjustified, unprovoked, and illegal invasion of Ukraine. Throughout the year, the EU has stood resolutely beside Ukraine. We have mobilized assets and provided relief. We have hit the Russian economy with sanctions that are pushing it to the brink of economic collapse. Despite our efforts, the attacks continue on hospitals, schools, roads, railway lines, and energy infrastructure. I witnessed that myself during the visit to Ukraine just last week. The human cost has been immense, and the environmental damage is just as great. There are major concerns about leaks of hazardous materials, pollution from oil spills, and nuclear safety. Restoring water resources, natural areas, the marine environment, and dealing with enormous volumes of debris caused by war will be just as important as rebuilding railways and roads. In preparation for that, the EU is supporting efforts to assess the damage. We are mobilizing our Copernicus Earth observation program to assess the impacts, and that will help us to move fast when it's time to rebuild. Our common aim is to build back better, along the lines of circularity and sustainability. Harnessing the potential of the green transition will help Ukraine overcome resource constraints. The latest Commission initiative, the Phoenix program, will help turn these ambitions into a reality on the ground. Expertise and advice on greening the reconstruction and building sustainable cities for the future. 7 million euros to build up your capacity and share our knowledge about sustainable construction. Under this initiative, we will also launch a series of technical levels consultation to assist Ukraine to be better acquainted with the requirements of the EU environmental acts. In the post-war recovery, the energy sector will be crucial, and today it's under terrible strain. Europe is doing all it can to mitigate that strain. We have opened an energy hub in Poland to channel public and private funds towards emergency generators. 1,000 new generators will soon be arriving with the EU financing their delivery. That's in addition to the 1,400 generators that have already arrived and the millions of energy items supplied through our civil protection mechanism. Those items range from single household generators to far larger models for community services like hospitals and district heating. Last March, we synchronized the Ukrainian and Moldovan electricity grid to the continental Europe power system, 5 years ahead of schedule. When the technical improvements are complete, EU member states will be able to buy excess electricity from Ukraine with mutual benefits for both. We have taken many short-term measures, like banning seaborne oil, imports from Russia, and capping oil price in the context of the G7. And we are constantly looking to bring our energy cooperation to the new heights. Ukraine and the EU share a common interest in reducing dependency on fossil fuel imports. And we are both committed to climate neutrality under the Paris Agreement. Last year in Kiev, Minister Strilets and I signed an agreement on Ukraine's accession to the EU LIFE program for environment and climate. Ukraine is the first non-EU country to join the program, and LIFE will help restore the environment after the war. We have also signed a strategic partnership on biomethane, hydrogen, and other synthetic gases. Ukraine has a vast potential for the sustainable production of renewable energy. This partnership will help increase Ukraine's share of renewable energy consumption and strengthen the sustainability framework for renewable energy. A strong renewables-based energy sector will help Ukraine power the reconstruction, and it will also mean a reliable energy partner for the EU. When I think back to the last year, I remember the pessimism about Putin's control over EU energy and pessimism about the depth of EU support for Ukraine. One year later, we have proved our strength. Our support has been steadfast, and that will continue. We'll look to the future with hope. We have turned the page on Russian energy, and we are writing a new future instead. A future of optimism, green transformation, and cooperation that continues to grow. Best wishes for your discussions today. Thank you.
Okay. So, well, definitely, as the Commissioner was mentioning, most probably the energy cooperation has to be brought to the new heights in these circumstances, and exactly on that we will base our more than 1 hour discussion. So just to know the program, we have time until 12, so it would be nice if we can limit our introductions to more or less 8 to 10 minutes, and if we still have time, so we'll allow the audience to ask at least few questions, I guess, at the end of the discussion. By saying this, I would invite then the Deputy Minister of Energy of Ukraine, Yaroslav Demchenkov, to provide his insights. So, Mr. Demchenkov, at the time when Russian missiles are cynically destroying Ukrainian infrastructure in winter period, and the EU countries try to engage in rebuilding or replacing the damaged stations, how bad is the situation? And what is your plan in this situation? What would you expect from EU member states? What you would expect from such member states as Lithuania in the short term, in the long term, in the sense of assistance in the energy sector? So if you could bring some insights from your side, we would be very happy to hear that.
Good morning, Professor Molis, dear ladies and gentlemen. It's a really honor to be with you today. Today marks exactly 1 year since the beginning of Russia's full-scale, unprovoked, brutal invasion of Ukraine. Before that, Russia occupied Crimea and parts of Donetsk and Lugansk regions. The Kremlin planned complete takeover the Ukraine in several ways. One of them was to use energy as a weapon against Ukraine and against the European Union. In reality, Russia has been at war with Europe for a long time. A few days ago, during his speech, Putin admitted that he was fighting against European values, equality, freedom, and the rule of law. He hated the fact that Ukraine has chosen to align with Europe, that we have accelerated our integration. Putin sees all the continents of the former Soviet bloc as territories that belong in Russia's spheres of influence. There had been a lot of signals that everyone disregrets. But now, what we can do is learn from our past mistakes. After 2 invasions, in Georgia in 2008 and in Ukraine in 2014, the world did not impose adequate actions against the Kremlin. Quite the opposite. Russia was allowed to build first Nord Stream and then Nord Stream 2. using the energy hook has always been central to Russia's foreign policy. We have seen how Russia has tried to break European solidarity by leveraging the EU's dependence on Russian gas and using its monopoly and solidarity and isolation policy, which it has been successful building for years in the European market. Today, we are on the same path again. Unfortunately, on the same path again. All this time, countries from around the world continue to cooperate with Rosatom. We often hear the argument that, yes, cooperation with Rosatom is immoral, its reputation is damaged, but we cannot do anything about it because the projects are already underway and there is no alternative. Friends, let's be honest. It is essential for energy security for all of us to remove Russia from the nuclear energy cycle. As far as Russia's nuclear terrorism, time is not on our side. We have to act now. Introducing sanctions is a right path. From the very start of the full-scale invasion, Russia occupied Europe's largest nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia, in Ukraine, with 6 units. Russia has grossly violated all 7 pillars of nuclear and radiation safety. They committed military raiding. They keep military equipment and forces at the nuclear station, and they used it as a cover during combat operation. At present, the plant does not supply electricity to the Ukrainian grid. The other 9 units of Ukraine's 3 nuclear stations are constantly exposed to potential danger with regular missile attacks. Only air defense protects us from nuclear disaster. No one could think that in the 21st century, a member of the UN Security Council and a member of the IAEA would threaten the entire continent with a nuclear catastrophe. The world must put more pressure on Russia to establish a demilitarized and neutral zone around the Zaporizhia power plant and return it to Ukraine. This facility should be under the control of parties that have international credibility. That is why the first item of the peace formula is radiation safety. And this is really very important. And this is where international solidarity and preventive actions in comforting the Kremlin strategies is really critical. The second pillar of the peace formula plan is energy security. Europe has already reduced consumption of Russian energy, and it is very symbolic that it is Lithuania that is hosting this discussion, because Lithuania, that was the first EU country that achieved independence from Russian gas supply. Europe must completely end its dependence upon Russian energy. But energy transition a marathon. We have to prepare for it together and support each other. Addressing these challenges will also mean diversifying energy supply and reducing demand for fossil fuels through aggressively expanding clean energy and improving energy efficiency, as Commissioner just only said. This also includes uses such as the supply of critical raw materials, strengthening and developing domestic production chain for green energy, developing and really important develop interconnectors between our countries. Another challenge is preparing for the next heating season. And this is a really issue because competition for free resources on the global market is increasing, which will lead to high price. So we need to start pumping gas and immediately stabilizing energy markets, European energy markets and world energy markets without Russia. Ukraine operates the largest underground gas storage facilities in Europe. We are ready to offer storage capacity of up to 50 BCM of European gas, which is equal to 30% of the total UGS capacity in the EU. In addition, Ukraine has an extensive gas transportation system. We are ready to provide free capacity for gas transit from other regions to the EU. Dear friends, dear colleagues, I also must say a few words about our energy strategy for future. The President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine outlined directions of strategic development for our energy strategy. This energy sector, this includes clean energy, development of nuclear and renewable generation. This means decentralization, which will make our energy system more sustainable and secure. And this means energy for Europe. Ukraine could become a guarantor of European energy security. Ukraine had the potential to become an exporter not only of carbon-free electricity, but also of green or low-carbon hydrogen and derivatives, green ammonia, green methanol. We need to create conditions to make sure that more of the added value stays in Ukraine. And this requires support from our partners in terms of technology and affordable funding. In closing, I want to use this opportunity to thank Lithuania, the Lithuanian people, government, and business for their support of Ukraine's energy sector in this tough period of time. This is vital. This is timely assistance. This is very important for us. Colleagues, friends, thank you so much for your solidarity and to be with Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Yaroslav, for your intervention, and that was really a great chance for us to hear. Okay, yes, microphone. Now it should be okay. No. Should be working. Well, okay. So, Valery, Yaroslav, sorry, I hope that you can still hear us, right? So, if you, thank you very much, first of all, for your intervention. If you manage to stay until the end of the session, until the end of the panel, so maybe you'll get a question or two, but we will fully understand if you have some other duties and responsibilities. So by the time I will be turning to the Vice Minister of Energy of Lithuania, Mrs. Inga Žilienė, and you have heard some insights from Deputy Minister of Energy of Ukraine, who was focusing on such priorities as avoiding dependency, building the diversification, applying sanctions to more strategic Russian companies, protecting the infrastructure, finally developing the internal infrastructure of the country and focusing on the renewables. It's all understandable. But on the other hand, I would still be thinking that our situation is somehow similar. So Ukraine is living in a time of crisis, and we are also at least partially living in a time of energy crisis. We are fighting the energy supply shortages, and we are looking for ways how to reduce the energy costs. So could you maybe sum up what recovery measures are applied in our state and how maybe they can be applicable in Ukraine? So what decisions you would recommend to take, or maybe mistakes to avoid? So please.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to attend this meeting, and thank you very much for Professor and Director Augutis, and as well for the chair of this session for this meeting. It's very important nowadays a cooperation and cooperate with Ukraine colleagues and with Yaroslav and other colleagues and to recover Ukrainian energy system. As well, what we see now that it's not the first time when Russia, they are weaponizing the energy as a tool against our countries, and now we see that they are using as a tool against Ukraine nation. And what has happened that Ukraine people nowadays lives without electricity, without basic energy services, which is very difficult for us to understand in this winter season. But of course, Lithuania, we started preparing for this crisis almost 30 years ago. It was a very clear understanding that we must prepare for such a kind of crisis. Therefore, it was very, very strong understanding among political parties to have an energy independence strategy, very clear strategy, in order to avoid disruptions of energy supply, of gas supply from Russia. And as a result of that, nowadays we are very proud to say that now we have 4-0 in energy sector. 0 electricity supply from Russia electricity system, as well 0 natural gas supply, as well 0 biomass from Russia and Belarus, and as well 0 quantities when it comes to oil production. What we have achieved it, of course, it was a very long way toward it. It was a very detailed as well, very detailed plans how to achieve energy independence, very clear investments projects, how to achieve interconnection with continental Europe. Nowadays, we are proud to say that there are interconnectors with continental Europe when it comes to power system, as well when it comes to natural gas system, as well liquefied natural gas terminal is on place as well. This year, we're very happy that the second one, LNG terminal, started operating in Finland. Therefore, our region is secure. And it's very difficult to compare the situation, what has happened in Ukraine and in Lithuania. Of course, it was one of the crises, we can say it was a drastic increase of prices in European Union when we saw increase of natural gas prices from 20 euros per megawatt hours up to 100 euros per megawatt hour. And the governments had somehow to deal with that situation because we did understand that high energy prices, they cause our competition, cause our industry, as well our lifestyle of people. Therefore, a very huge package of compensation and support measures were prepared how to mitigate such high prices of energy in Lithuania. So the prices were reduced, giving subsidies from the government to households and for industry. As well, some measures were dedicated how to protect vulnerable people, etc. But I would like to mention a little bit about the energy response situation. Of course, nowadays we are learning from Ukraine and we are started to preparing energy response plans, seeing what is going on in Ukraine, how the energy infrastructure is destroying, and what kind of risk scenarios could be in our markets, in our energy systems. And nowadays we're learning from Ukraine. But what we do suggest for Ukraine is to have a very clear energy strategy, energy independent strategy. Of course, with measures which would help to recover system. And it's a very good time to have a very huge step forward to a new, modern, zero CO2 energy system. And here it's very important to have a cooperation and to cooperate and to assist Ukraine to prepare such kind of strategy, to prepare a very clear measures how to achieve a zero net energy system, how to implement renewable projects into energy system, how to recover energy system. And here I see that it's very important to give a knowledge support. Knowledge support might be to provide some IT tools to model energy system of Ukraine and to see what are the ways to achieve a very reliable, secure and diversified energy system in Ukraine. So therefore nowadays cooperation is the most important thing, and support in knowledge, IT, support in some technologies as well, how to mitigate such destruction of energy system. Another topic I would like to cover when it comes to recovery of Ukraine energy system is to have very strong, transparent and state-owned energy companies, which would help Ukraine government to recover energy system. And there I would say we can provide some assistance as well in terms of knowledge, in terms of some operational measures, how to achieve that, how to have a modern government of those companies. And of course we believe in 100% that this time comes very soon when Ukraine will be free from Russian aggression, but we must start preparing nowadays how to recover energy system of Ukraine. Therefore, I would like to invite everybody, especially European Union countries, our neighbors as well, to provide such kind of assistance. So we are ready to provide assistance nowadays as well. So that's my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Minister. And I would now look and turn to Valery Bezos, who is representing the State Energy Agency or Agency for Energy Efficiency and Energy Savings in Ukraine. So, Mr. Valery, you entered the post in August 2021, when everyone in Europe was still talking about the Green Deal, about the need to lessen energy consumption and focus on renewables, and we are still talking about that, of course, but it seems that our key priorities, very first priorities, have changed in this situation during the last few years. And as we already discussed, we are fighting the supply shortages, we are taking care about the protection of our infrastructure, we try to tackle somehow the price peaks, and do the best to develop the energy infrastructure. So how do you think, actually, does it somehow resonate with things which were also said by Lithuanian Vice Minister and by others? Are the development of the renewables still at the core of our energy strategy, if we presume that we have these strategies and we still apply these strategies? What Ukraine does in this regard, and why you are still keeping an eye on energy efficiency and renewables and energy savings. If you give some insights for us, so that would be very useful.
Thank you, Professor. First things first, dear colleagues, I want to use this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude for the fantastic support of my country. It's amazing. It's hugely important for us. So thank you. Back to the question. Of course, energy efficiency and renewable matter. And I think during the last year, we see how the importance of these spheres has been increasing more and more. Because if you talk about energy security and resilience of our energy systems, we must talk about energy efficiency and renewables. Professionals consider energy efficiency as a separate, huge energy source, and I think we should look at this way. Yeah, we see the European principle due to directives, European directives, this important principle, energy efficiency first. And when looking at those challenges, I believe we should keep in mind those huge resources for energy efficiency. Of course, we need to look at this both on operational and on strategical levels. And from one hand, energy efficiency is quite an instrument to balance our energy system on operational levels due to those terroristic attacks and due to those disruptions on our generation facilities. It's important to put our demand accordingly. And but very important thing that I would like to underline that with this war, we are fighting not only and not just for our territory, for our country. We are fighting for our identity as Europeans, and we are fighting for our civilizational choice. And it's important for us to follow the European agenda and to follow the civilized agenda, follow all the ideas of sustainable goals and for the Green Deal. So those matters are not losing their importance, and we need to face the challenges to decarbonize, to face the challenges for climate change mitigations as well. Of course, for us on operational level, on the current level, challenges for fighting the evil from the Russia is currently obviously more current and more important, but we do not want to forget the general scope of challenges. So as for the energy efficiency, there are estimations, there are huge resources to balance our energy systems, even on operational level, due to quite sound measures, starting from the providing sound basement for managerial decisions, even on a local level, implementing important instruments with, let's say, energy management. We are working hard on implementing the EU energy efficiency directives with all those scopes of this directive, especially when it comes to those instruments that could bring us to quick results. We approach to the end of this winter, but we are thinking of the next winter already, and we have some time to put efforts on energy efficiency to balance our energy system. We at the agency use this year to develop national action plan for energy efficiency for the decade with exact instruments and with exact measures to use to balance our energy systems. Another block is renewables. We have huge resource for renewables development, both on operational level and both on strategical level. Let's say bioenergy, and actually we use the important experience of Lithuania in bioenergy. Now we are working hard on development the market and the opportunities for biomethane production, and it's a very important sphere to supplement, to get rid of Russian natural gas to keep our energy system afloat. We use on providing important technical regulations. We work on developing local market for solid biofuels to let our communities use local energy sources like biomass for the matters of district heating. We have developed the National Action Plan for renewables for the decade with exact measures on both operational and on strategic level. Talking about strategic level, it's important for us to not to wait till our victory on the front lines, but to do our homework to be prepared for this huge process for rebuilding our country on the totally new technological base, and to use this opportunity to decarbonize our industries, decarbonize our economy. So we have a lot of work to do, and hopefully we'll have the opportunity to discuss exact measures and exact points of possible cooperations with our colleagues on the exact matters. So thank you again for your support. Hopefully we'll have a lot of time and opportunities to work together on those challenges.
Thank you, Mr. Bezus. It's really very encouraging, basically, to hear, to listen to you, and well, to hear that in addition to solving very urgent problems, which most probably you are facing and fighting every day, you still have time to think about the European agenda and to follow the European agenda, and also to think and implement the changes which are related somehow to introduction of more renewables, and some examples most probably are very much similar to the ones we have in Lithuania. So thank you once again. Before turning back to Lithuanian officials, I just got the message that the Ukrainian deputy minister still wants to stress most probably few very important ideas which were missed in the very first introduction. So please, of course, Mr. Demchenkov, if you have something to add, so it would be very interesting to listen.
Dear colleagues, you know that today more than 16 gigawatt of our main installed capacities are not available to the Ukrainian grid. They are controlled by the enemy, still controlled. This includes Zaporizhia nuclear power plant with a capacity of 6 gigawatt, and also wind and solar power plants, thermal power plants, and hydroelectric power generation. Our power system has already survived 14 massive missile attacks and 17 drone attacks. There is one more type of weapon, artillery, that destroys energy facilities almost every day. About 50% of our power system was affected. We had a deficit in capacity all through the winter. In general, the situation is quite unstable and still sensitive. And still, in some regions, the condition in the grid does not provide 100% power supply to residence areas. A new massive missile attack could damage and change everything. At the same time, we are also preparing for the deoccupation of other Ukrainian territories. When the Russians left the Kherson region, they blow up energy facilities and try to do as much damage as possible. The story may repeat itself. That is why it would be important to have a stockpile of equipment for the future. And today, for fast recovery, we need transformers, load breakers, installators to repair overhead power lines and substations, cables, and more. And thank you for your contribution. If we speak of long-term recovery, this includes best technologies and artificial intelligence in the energy system. And this would speed up the energy transition in Ukraine, and this will speed up energy transition in Europe. And the development of renewable energy, really important. We must use this energy crisis to make a breakthrough. We very much welcome European companies to contribute to Ukraine's reconstruction by offering such technologies, by offering specialists. But of course, this requires also affordable funding. And I think it is only reasonable to cover some of these costs with confiscated Russian assets. Russia should pay. Our strategic objectives includes, first of all, ensuring the safety and security of our energy facilities, because our unstable neighbor will not go anywhere, unfortunately. Integration with the European energy system, the second pillar and important task. As an EU candidate country, and thank you for your support, we will integrate more stronger and more active to the European energy markets. And modernization and innovative development of the energy sector, including efficient use of energy. This is really important, energy efficiency first. And last, but not the least, sustainable development to achieve climate neutrality. We think that our rebuilding, Build Back Better Ukraine will be a really interesting story and opportunity for business of your country, for your technologies, for your startups, for possible increasing cooperation in energy field between our companies, between our sectors. And this is really a huge opportunity. And my idea with distinguished colleagues from the Ministry of Energy arrange separate round of meetings to discuss different areas for possible cooperation, just only in renewables. We have solar, wind, biofuel. We have a lot of ideas about low carbon, low carbon hydrogen, green hydrogen, and other areas for cooperation, including energy efficiency, how we could increase energy efficiency and decrease energy consumption. And this is especially important during preparation for winter period of time. In gas sector, we could also find areas for cooperation. And this is really a story which could be right, good story of cooperation of our countries could be right immediately, right now, even in this tough period of time for Ukraine, for European continent because of this war. Once again, thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity to have such speech and to have this meeting. Unfortunately, colleagues, I have scheduled another meeting. I have to leave you right now, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Just a quick reaction from our Vice Minister.
So thank you very much, Mr. Yaroslav, for such a proposal to have a roundtable discussions or tele-discussions concerning the energy efficiency and other topics. We would be very happy to have such a kind of meetings with you and your team, because last year we adopted an energy saving plan for public sector with task to save 20% of energy within 2 years, and we are very happy that during 4 months of last year we saved 15% of energy in a 1 year. So therefore we would be very happy to share our experience and to have such a kind of discussions on different topics, on renewables, green gases as well, on energy savings and energy security as well, because we have quite detailed plans how to mitigate the energy crisis situations as well. So we have your contacts, so you're very welcome, and we will be very happy to assist. So thanks.
Okay, thank you, Vice Minister. Now I turn to the Chief Advisor of the Lithuanian President, Mr. Yaroslav Neverovich, and we have heard already the key concerns of the Ukrainian side, right? And it seems that among them is the protection of the key infrastructure objects, which are currently being attacked, destroyed, and maybe not accessible anymore. Lithuania is also a country which has a lot of implemented strategic energy infrastructure projects. We have the LNG terminal installed, we have interconnections with Sweden and Poland. We have quite successfully switched our energy consumption in the heating sector from natural gas to the biofuels. And we also do have other projects as well, synchronization just one of them. Summing up, what are the key lessons learned in this regard that we can pass to our colleagues in Ukraine, or in order to defend our common interests maybe, or maybe there is something we can learn actually from Ukrainian side. So, well, if you could say a few sentences on that, that would be very interesting.
Thank you, Arūnas, and thank you, Rector, for having this conference, not only about marking the anniversary, sad anniversary, and expressing our strong support to Ukraine's victory, but also giving a chance to have discussion about the substance of cooperation and what Professor Molis described as synergies and exchange of experiences, and knowing that you yourself were among those who supported very strongly Lithuanian transition with your energy security center here in Kaunas. It was some kind of academic, thought and theoretical concepts on which the country was building up a very specific project. So it is very important that in this case, while our government, our different organizations think what the substance of President Zelensky peace plan in this energy and justice spheres are, what specifically can we do? This is your initiatives that give this floor for discussion and to make concrete proposals, debate them, and give a better chance of implementation in the future. So thank you very much for that. Well, the President Nausėda was speaking about Ukrainians, their courage and resilience. And if you listen to the Deputy Minister, what is happening in the energy sector, you can square it, in terms of courage and resilience to keep the lights on and to give heat to the people. How strong Ukrainians are. So, when you ask what Lithuania can, help Ukraine, I would actually first ask how we can learn from Ukraine. And this is incredible how they are able to sustain the system, how they are able to cope with deliberate attacks on energy system. And for myself, the conclusion is that we should be more courage. We have more should have more courage in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. And I specifically mean our synchronization project. President Nausėda proposed to speed it up in 2019. We are in 2023, and we hear that still Latvia and Estonia have some doubts about the need to speed up the synchronization. This is not right. This is not right, and I believe that Lithuanian government and the ministry is very rightly planning to do the autonomous operation test next year, hopefully with Poland. And then after that, I don't think we should come back to this terrorist state network. We should not wait until 2025 or even further and be in same system with the terrorists. It's not right. And I think our Latvian and Estonian friends in their companies and the ministries should very seriously think about it. What Ukrainians were able to do during the war, during the times when a large part of the system, as the deputy minister said, is under control of the Russians, as networks are not connected maybe so perfectly as we would wish them to be, and doing all that during the war. So when somebody tells me that, let's think about economics, let's think about technical risks in Lithuania and Latvia and Estonia, then it sounds very, not very serious. Let's call it this way. So switching to Ukraine and Lithuania, I think we have a lot of in common, and our legacy of our systems, especially in electricity and heating sector, gives a lot of chance not only for some kind of analogy, but also very specific cooperation. So, for example, degasifying of heating sector is the first step. Bringing in biomass as a first choice for heating the cities, for switching on biomass for central district heating. I understand that this was not considered very serious option even in Lithuania, but look at us now. Those cities who did not leave gas in their energy mix for producing heat almost didn't feel the impact before the war, obviously before the Belarus was cut off from supplying biomass. So not only it is possible, but it's also economically feasible, and your money stays in the country, your people get to work and use natural resource, renewable resource according to European standards, if it's of course prepared in a sustainable way. So this experience could be implemented in Ukraine, together with such things as standardization and platform to come for biomass to municipalities. So that is the commodity exchange, commodity platform for producers and heating producers to trade biomass, which is very transparent, technologically efficient, encouraging competition. So this could be done quite easily, I think, and the ministry is discussing, next steps. That's actually, I think, one of the low-hanging fruits to do as quickly as possible. Another topic is renewable energy. I think Lithuania could easily share our groundbreaking solution for decoupling production of renewable energy and using electricity from those plants. So in Lithuania, nutolusios elektrinės, in English, remote power plants. This is a unique model, which is very applicable to our systems, which have very strong transmission system, which is also the case for Ukraine, where communities, even physical persons could build plants somewhere where it is better light, a lot of land, and use it even in apartment buildings. So this system is working. It's working very well. People are getting benefits, and those who had those solutions implemented, they were not victims of high electricity prices because they had secured production locally in a renewable way. Maybe just to finish with the
recording stopped.
Yes, thank you. So I guess I can now speak freely. Yes, thank you. So of course the cooperation for in nuclear sector and gas storage sector with Ukraine in terms of EU, Ukraine is incredibly big. And I think Lithuania could be also part of this cooperation certainly not in a major way, but having the terminal, LNG terminal, now interconnection with Poland for gas transmission and future strengthening of the network between Poland and Ukraine. There certainly is potential for trade and also using the Ukrainian infrastructure for storage. I would completely agree with the Deputy Minister that Rosatom should be sanctioned. They are not the company which should be spared from sanctions. We see very clearly in Lithuania that it's not only because of what is happening in Ukraine, but even before that we saw how they have taken hostage Belarusian dictator and implemented on him very low quality project just next door to Vilnius. So, and this is was implemented by the company which Deputy Minister was speaking. So, absolutely, Lithuania is supporting sanctioning Rosatom, and they should not be allowed to implement projects in the civilized world or elsewhere. I maybe will stop here for the benefit of a chance to have a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Yaroslav. And well, for me, the nicest thing to see is that we really truly recognize each other's success stories, let's tell, and it's quite clear that Ukraine has synchronized, almost synchronized actually, their electricity system with continental Europe, and Ukraine, of course, knows how to operate the energy system in a wartime. And there are a lot of lessons to learn from them. And of course, looking from our side, actually, the success story in developing more renewables and applying more biofuels in the heating sector, now having more and more solar and wind parks. So it seems that really we do have the experience we can share. And when you talk about sanctions, it's a very clear and very clear message that once again we have a joint view on what has to be achieved most probably on the EU level. So thanks a lot. Now I turn my attention to the head of Lithuanian Energy Agency, Mr. Virgilijus Poderys. And most probably everyone noticed that since you arrived to the agency, most probably now a few years ago, Lithuanian Energy Agency started to do a lot of very interesting, very useful things which I would say help to raise the consumers' awareness, first of all, how to save the energy and how to save their money, basically, for energy bills. So if you could say a few words on that, on what you focus and how you see your key achievements, so that would be also very interesting.
Good morning, dear Rector, Professor. Thank you for having me with you. And to your question, so first of all, I would like to add what my colleague, Yaroslav Neverovich, we are both advisors, said about our success story, and this success story is biomass in our district heating. So I'd like to add something more, because I think this would be very good to implement in Ukraine. Implementing biomass in our district heating sector is, I think, #1 success story to share with our colleagues. Just to put into context the issue, according to International Energy Agency, heating sector is the biggest world's energy end user, and providing heating for homes, industry, and other applications takes about 50% of all energy consumption, meaning it's a very important sector, but only 10% of heat is provided by renewables. And biomass is a thing is very good to implement, because biomass gives the biggest benefits when it's used in district heating systems. And Lithuania, over the course of last 15 years, increased biomass in district heating from 10% to close to 80% now, meaning we reduced bills for our families by 1/3. It's one big benefit, 1/3 of reduction in our bills. The second is energy security. Instead of importing natural gas from not so friendly countries and sending billions of euros, we are producing at home. in our country and in investing in our country these millions and billions of euros. And of course, not emitting CO2 as before, because biomass is a renewable source. And moreover, use of biomass for heating encourages the creation of new jobs, starting from production in forest, processing, biomass combustion, to research and applied research. So the whole chain creating value and all jobs in Lithuania. So that's my advice and for our Ukrainian colleagues to consider such a reforms in your country, because you also have district heating system as we do. And Professor, on savings, I think the main force to save energy is high price, unfortunately. And so the advice could be for our colleagues, while providing subsidies, while helping families with their high bills, this should be provided help, I agree, but it should be provided in more wisely, in very calculated way. We should provide subsidies to those in need, and to let others to experience high price in order to save energy. Because most valuable unit of energy, megawatt hour, it is not used. So my advice is for our Ukrainian colleagues, while providing subsidies, while helping families, is to consider very sensitive and cautious way and wise way while providing funds to families. And so we are providing advices to our colleagues, but we should also learn from you, meaning how you are successful with your synchronization of your electricity system with Europe. So we are still in the process, you are ahead of us. So my congratulations, you did it 1 year ago, even under such a difficult and complicated circumstances. So, meaning we can learn from you. And also on energy security of infrastructure, yeah. So happy to cooperate, happy to meet in Vilnius or in Kiev or somewhere. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. And indeed, most probably it's difficult to disagree when you say that some habits are being formed during the crisis, right? When we have, very high energy prices, so it's the best time to start saving. But most probably these habits, they still stay after this kind of crisis vanish, right? So when you start all the time comparing prices and look for best offers and look for best saving options, so this remains also after the crisis. So
just I could provide some figures on electricity. Our homeowners saved something like 5% of electricity less. In gas, something like 8%, and now what we see in biomass, about 10% of biomass less, meaning prices are working.
Right. Right. Okay, thank you very much once again. And finally I turn to our another speaker, which is of a little bit different kind. So we have among the state officials and the heads of agencies, we have at least one academic in addition to me. So Dr. Dainius Genys, who is representing Vytautas Magnus University and also works for Energy Security Research Center here at the university, but he is also a sociologist, not only basing his research on energy, but first of all on sociology. And it's being said that the government's success to manage the crisis very much relies on public trust, right? On a broad acceptance of the response measures. So you investigate the public perceptions, you investigating the importance of trust, transparency, engagement. So what are your conclusions in this regard? And what maybe you can advise for our governments here in Lithuania and Ukraine? What should not be missed or skipped from a human perspective in all these complicated circumstances? So please, Dainius.
Good morning, everybody. And to be honest, your question sounds like a music to my ears. As we academics like to joke, if only any government would have listened to us, the world would be a better place to live. But, you know, all kidding aside, so I will try to answer your question by breaking it down into three elements, three parts. First of all, why it is important to talk about public opinion and what makes sociological knowledge so special, especially in post-communist space. The second would be which public attitudes should not be ignored, at least based on Lithuanian experience. And thirdly, what social processes would help to enable successful energy politics. Of course, with guns blazing and bombs dropping, talking about sociological truth may seem naive or superfluous. It may seem that decisive systematic steps are what is needed for the country rebuilding after the war. But on the other hand, is it not a free and autonomous society what is being fought for? Is it not the creation of an energy system based on welfare and equality that is being dreamed of? So let me start with a little bit broader perspective. And as you know, until recently in Lithuania and in the world, the relevance of energy security was being perceived as a technological and economical problem, usually linked with the flexibility and resilience of energy system. But from sociological point of view, the issue of energy security has deeper socio-political and socio-cultural dimensions. It is worth mentioning in particular significant circumstances in Lithuania as well as in other post-communist countries that is Soviet legacy. The energy infrastructure was developed according to Soviet logic, meaning applying the principles of planned economy to meet the interests of so-called classless society, and treating nature as a source of inexhaustible resources, which meant that no care was taken neither on ecology, environment, nor efficiency. Therefore, after the declaration of independence, Lithuania was challenged not only to diversify its supply, renovate the system, ensure efficiency, and solve many other objective problems, but also to respond to the issues of public mentality. Speaking in Ronald Inglehart's terms, the challenge was to transform the system based on system built in the context of materialistic values into sustainable energy system based on priorities of post-materialistic society, without triggering any major social conflicts and inequality, but encouraging a gradual change in the public's attitudes towards environment, ecology, and energy in general. So from sociological point of view, in order to ensure smooth implementation of new energy projects, is inevitable to assess public perception, the interest, causes of anxiety of society as a whole, as well as its individual groups, people with different backgrounds, values, knowledge, and opportunities to participate in energy policy. They all might have different interpretations of energy threats and their possibilities and their possible consequences. In Lithuania, there were a number of contradictions. For example, a majority supported the strategic priorities of energy security, but only a small part were willing to contribute financially themselves, personally. A large number supported the quest for energy independence, but distrust politicians and their chosen measures. It was due to numerous attempts of fellow sociologists that established the notion to treat public not as an object to be convinced of the right energy security policy decisions or importance of so-called strategic interests, but as a subject which has its own expectations. In this sense, sociologists were working in the field of energy security, speaking in Michael Borow's terms, as public sociologists, not only presenting public perception and representing public interest, especially on behalf of the weaker groups of the society, but also in a way enlightening the public about their rights and duties and their rightful expectations toward politicians. The sociological axioma is clear. The more democratic state is, the more influence the public has on government decisions. And consequently, the more social just energy security policy are likely to be. An example from Lithuania, which was already mentioned, and I think that is equally relevant for Ukraine, is the problem of old multi-apartment houses and outdated district heating system. All of this was created as a sign of superiority during the Soviet system, Soviet times, which, with the transition to market economy, certification of society, and rise in energy prices, became a national problem almost overnight. A large part of society became trapped in a system that was no longer efficient. Today we have experience and recipes to share. However, it is worth remembering that the renovation model did not work immediately in Lithuania either. It was necessary to overcome Soviet and post-Soviet complexes and to train inhabitants of multi-apartment houses to organize themselves into communities, to take responsibility not only for personal property, but also for public spaces as well, to foster leadership and to learn to be dialogical and to make and accept democratic compromises. What else is renovation of multi-apartment houses if it's not the introduction to self-government and community building? So that was the first aspect of my answer. Just kidding, I'm about to end. So summarizing the Lithuanian experience that could be converted into lessons or at least advices, I will highlight 2 key points. First, investing in research on public opinion and public behavior. Sociological research will help to gain clear and more accurate understanding of public's interests, expectations, and opportunities to contribute to the renewal of energy system. And most importantly, it will allow for the optimization and rationalization of energy politics itself. And second of all, the sustainable management of any crisis depends not only on resilience of risk prevention plan or public governance system, but also on public trust in governmental policies, which is why it is important to go beyond expert understanding and to engage with the public and mobilize their support. Energy politics can help to democratize a state and build a better society. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, so thank you, the panelists, and thank you also in particular, Dainius, for giving us some food for thought, I would say, I even wrote down, some definitions to think for me during the daytime, social just energy security policy, what that would mean actually in our cases. But all in all, I understand your idea when you say basically that, well, to achieve some kind of social awareness most probably, and the changes, the state subsidies or the high prices are not enough most probably, right? So there is a need also to educate the society, that it starts to invest into the energy itself. Okay, so thanks a lot once again, and I see that we have at least 10 good minutes for questions or summing up. So it's a good opportunity actually for everyone, for officials, academics, and senior academics and young academics, to ask our panelists on energy affairs. If there are questions, so just raise a hand, introduce yourself, and go on. Okay, so, well, until you would be thinking most probably about the questions or about the coffee break, which is also approaching, I would ask me the panelists also, I saw that you are taking some remarks, some notes, so if you could say, a few paragraphs, maybe summing up on the major issue actually. So what can be those factors which can still facilitate the cooperation between the countries? Lithuania, Ukraine, and the European Union. So what are those key things which we can learn from each other maybe, and to make the life on both sides in Lithuania and Ukraine on the energy sector at least a little bit easier? So if I may start maybe with you, Inga.
Thank you, Professor. I would like to echo some thoughts which have been said by Mr. Genys. When we do some reforms in the market, we must do it in a very wise way. When we remember what has happened recently, when in time of very high, dramatically high electricity prices, we just were in the middle of liberalization of energy supply market. It was very, very challenging. Nevertheless, there were very huge advantages for the society having a liberal energy supply market, but still it was a huge reform for the society. Therefore, when we do some reforms in a crisis situation, we must be very wise and very much, and we must to think about the society, what kind of reactions could be from the inhabitants, from the citizens, so that it's a very sensitive question. But summing up what has been said today, I just would like to highlight maybe some topics which are very important when it goes to the management of the crisis, when it goes to energy security system. So the first topic which was discussed today, it's energy saving. It means that we must have energy saving plan, energy saving measures, flexibility of the system. And what we see now, even district heating companies, they are looking for flexibility in the households, in the multi-apartment buildings. So therefore, there are quite a huge potential for flexibility services in order to cut the peak demand in the electricity sector. So therefore, this topic is very important. Energy savings, flexibility in the market, how to reduce energy consumption, and especially in peak hours, in the peak consumption hours. Then another one topic is very important to have a very clear vision and plans for developing and implementing alternative energy sources. It means renewables, including biomass, which is really a very huge source of energy source in our markets and in Ukraine market as well. So there we can share our experience of having the biomass exchange market, how the market processes are going on, and how we deal with that issue. Then, of course, increase energy imports to have a in order to have a diversification, we must have a very strong interconnectors, it means infrastructure, and then to interconnect to the European Union energy market. I mean some processes, energy market design, and how to deal with it. So then, of course, it's very important, and especially crisis situation, to have adopted emergency response plans and coordination mechanism to manage energy shortages and ensure continuity of essential services. And then, in this case, it's very important to have even communication system. In case of disruption of energy system, how we will communicate, how the government will communicate in order to solve that emergency situation. So therefore, we had a plan as well, and now we have a satellite communication system which help us to communicate during the emergency situation. It's just a small example, but we must think about small things as well in order to deal with energy emergency situations. Then, of course, we should encourage energy storage and demand response programs. Then incentivize energy companies to invest in new energy infrastructure and increase the energy efficiency, and as well to conduct regular maintenance and upgrade of existing energies. And to have plans how to mitigate extremely high energy prices, because it's very sensitive for the society, for citizens, and it can cause a very huge crisis in the governments, because when there are very high energy prices, then we can see strikes and hybrid attacks as well. Therefore, we must have such a plans how to mitigate those high energy prices. And finally, cooperation as well. Cooperation is very important to everybody, and cooperation with Ukraine, and to cooperate among all EU countries in order to assist the Ukrainian energy professionals to help to mitigate such a crisis situation in energy sector. So thanks, Professor.
Okay, thank you, Vice Minister. So it seems that, first of all, we shouldn't get tired at implementing the reforms and getting prepared for the next, right? So if we are living in a peaceful time, so we should get prepared for more troubled time. If we are living in a troubled time, so most probably we prepare for the next, how to go out of the crisis and then be ready for a peaceful time. Okay, thanks a lot. So if I may ask you, Mr. Neverovic, to sum up if you have some additional insights.
Well, maybe just a conclusion that we have many formats for cooperation with Ukraine, starting with the Presidential Council, then we saw the cooperation between the ministries and future upcoming discussions which will happen. So I think in the light of what has been said as ideas for content of this peace plan in energy, we should identify priorities, list them, and make those formats which we have operational and work on them and assist Ukraine very specifically in those areas and have specific goals. Additionally, what I think we didn't mention very much is upcoming negotiations between Ukraine and the European Union on accession. So in this case, Lithuania has some, our how to say, experience, which is not a very happy one in the context of the commission of Ignalina nuclear power plant. I don't know if this will be a problem for Ukraine, but certainly there will be some risks, how to say, of some member states, of some, ideological views within the European Union that Ukraine should do this and that. And it will be very, I think, important for us to have this venue of discussion and help for Ukraine in negotiations to identify the critical things for Ukraine, which you have to have within Ukraine or you have to have from European Union. And I think the Prime Minister identified some of them. So in this case, Lithuania could be also helping Ukraine during these negotiations. So these are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you very much. So we really have to stress this importance of different platforms, right, for the discussions in order to somehow to match our interests and our positions and to be more successful when we go to the international sphere, right, to international audience. So thanks a lot. Mr. Poderys, so if you could also sum up.
So I had very good summaries. So not to repeat, but I would like to draw your attention on big picture by looking ahead 10 or 15 years. So the war will finish at some point. So, and while drawing long-term plans, I think how European countries are thinking, they're thinking green electrons and green molecules. So the planning is framed in this way. Green molecules meaning green hydrogen and derivatives of green hydrogen. So my advice, if I may so, is not to miss big pictures. So, and while planning, there should be not only operational planning, but long-term planning too. So in our countries and in the region, they think green electrons, solar, wind, hydro, maybe nuclear, and plus green molecules, green hydrogen and derivatives. So my advice is not to miss big picture looking ahead. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much. So it's not the first time we mentioned the need to have the strategy when we solve the operational problems, right? So that's very good insights as well. So thank you very much. So and finally, Dainius, so how are the societies? So from all the discussions you have heard, will we survive and will we be able basically to make this key change?
I don't know, I'm not a prophet, so I cannot speak more about that, but I would like to get back on what Vice Minister mentioned on the importance of communication between government and society. And, when you think about the example of Lithuania, the success story, when you think about it retrospectively, it looks very, very nice, but in reality, they had their own peculiarities, steps backs, and etc., and etc. So what is important is when we are thinking about strategic long-term goals for the country, we must understand that society might have also short-term goals, and they need to be matched. And in Lithuanian case, what helped to bridge those two was scientists, academics. who explained the importance of strategic goals to the society and vice versa. They explained the needs of society to the decision makers. So I think that point is very important to take into account.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's a pleasure to hear, basically, that academics must be heard, of course, how else? And then finally, of course, a very final word goes to our Ukrainian friends. So please, Valeria, of course, you also have a chance to sum up basically what you have heard and what would be maybe your expectations.
Thank you so much, dear colleagues. Again, I have a lot of notes and hope very much that we'll have the opportunity to follow up with more and work in process our communications, but I have to mention some things. Of course, we have been studying thoroughly the Lithuanian experience, especially in letting biomass being a huge part of district heating and providing heat for Lithuanians, and especially when it comes to organizing this transparent exchange, this bulk pool biomass exchange. We at the agency have developed a draft law to use this experience and to push it through Ukrainian procedures and have it as a law. Of course, it's a very interesting idea to have to establish cooperation around the new brave hydrogen economy. We have developed a draft hydrogen strategy because it's very important to at least have a clear view on position for Ukraine in this new brave, how I call it, hydrogen economy, because after our victory we'll have a lot of potential to produce tens of gigawatts deliberately for hydrogen, and a lot of issues to be discussed on how to use this potential with all those challenges with storages, transportation, so on and so on. So I sincerely hope that this panel will be followed up with the exact meetings, the exact discussions, and we will come to the exact action plans on how to communicate and how to collaborate and all those important spheres. Thank you so much for your thoughts.
Okay, thank you once again, Valery. So it's really most probably all our hope is to have tangible results of our today's discussion and panel. So with this, I would once again thank all the panelists of today, and well, most probably we go to the coffee break, have a good half an hour to refresh, and then return back for the second session. So thank you.
It remains to me only to give a round of applause to our moderator who managed to keep the discussion in a very constructive and well-managed way. Thank you, Arūnai. Like Arūnas said, we have half an hour for the coffee break. The coffee break is on the ground floor in the cafeteria. At 12:30, we are returning back for the second panel. Thank you to everyone. Dear colleagues, welcome back after the coffee break. And we will now proceed. We will proceed with our second plenary discussion, which is called Restoration of Justice as a Blueprint for Ensuring Accountability of the Aggressor State and Deterring Further Crimes. And I'm privileged to introduce the panel. So we have Minister of Justice of the Republic of Lithuania, Evelina Dobrovolska. We have with us Minister of Justice of Ukraine, Denis Maluska. We also have Vytautas Manius University Professor Dainius Žalimas, Dean of Vytautas Manius University Faculty of Law. Also with us, VMU Professor Dalia Leinartė, Chair of the UN Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. We're happy to have with us VMU Professor Jonas Ruškus, expert and former Vice Chair of the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disability. And the panel will be moderated by Associate Professor Andy Pukšto, also representing VMU. So let's start with the second panel.
So good afternoon for everyone. Dear Rector, dear ambassadors, dear ministers, dear professors, colleagues, guests. Our second panel is strongly different than the first discussion. First discussion was concentrated on energetical security. Now we are going to area which is connecting between international law and politics, international law and international relations. I hope all of you agree with me more or less that during this last year, international law, international organizations, special tribunal, these definitions became reopened with new power. I have only such private experiments. Some years ago, I taught such course for masters international organizations, and I need to say, sadly to say, that I really happy that I'm not teaching this course now, because international organizations, these definitions really go really down. It's very sad to say, but meaning of international organizations, international law. Now we are telling about this thing with sad smile. But I know that our minister, Evelina Dobrovolska, spent a lot of time during last months on international meetings, on international organizations in such areas, in such specific topics as tribunal, as special tribunal of Russian aggression. So I would like to invite Evelina Dobrovolska, Minister of Justice, to introduce these activities. We knew that your activities, and we had possibility to read from mass media, but I hope that some activities are outside press, outside records. So now it's brilliant occasions for now to hear from you what is your activities in this area. So, dear Evelina, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm very grateful for invitation and to have this possibility to be here with you. Maybe I will follow what Pukšto mentioned. Before the war, nobody cared about international law. Actually, it was something we speak in theory, in law academy, and now, I guess, we have results. Results that actually there is sometimes no plan how to use international law. And sometimes we see that even debates we have now regarding which alternatives, which legal ways to choose to reach actually punishments to reach justice are not discussed before. I already crossed out half of my speech just in order to have discussion, because I can see in audience a lot of young people, and I do believe you care about this topic, so please, let's discuss, and I will start and be as short as possible. So today marks 1 year after the full-scale aggression was started by Russia against Ukraine, being a blatant violation of fundamental international law. This crystal clear act of aggression by Russia against independent state of Ukraine demands courage, unity, and efforts of all of us in order to be able to stand against continuing threat to international peace and security. And tireless efforts of Lithuania include legal warfare also. International law solution to do takes time, use them and have the result, but affording international justice for Ukraine is crucial, as this legal action will shape the history and the future of international law. Also, usually I'm asked by media in Lithuania how fast we can expect results. But truth is, if we look in the history of international law, we don't have many examples, and actually we have none examples when people prosecute and gather evidence and speak about justice during the war. It always usually happens after the war. So we have unique moments, and I do believe we create the history of international law now. Everyone understands actually, and ICC as well as International Court of Criminal Court, that justice delay is justice deny. And I have spoke with Prosecutor Officer Khan, and he fully understands expectation for society, expectation from Ukraine, expectation from Baltic states, because justice cannot come in years, it should come fast. International law solution will not fail if states do not allow them to fail. At the same time, we must not forget that primary responsibility for finding impunity in cases of international crimes being committed rests on national jurisdictions. Therefore, the Ministry of Justice at first days of war against Ukraine addressed the General Prosecutor Office of Lithuania to start investigation into international crimes committed in Ukraine, including crime of aggression, on the basis of universal jurisdiction. Investigation was started, and the joint investigation team with Lithuanian leadership was also created within Eurojust, and at the moment we have 8 members, including ACC on board. Second very important and awaited evolution with Eurojust and JIT format is that the International Center for the Prosecution of the Crime of Aggression against Ukraine will be established in coming months. It will coordinate and investigate the crime of aggression against Ukraine. And this means that accountability for the crime of aggression will prevail the impunity, as Putin and co. will brought to justice for the supreme international crime. Establishment of this center also provides that we have managed to move from the political declaration to very concrete legal actions, leading to establishment of a tribunal for the crime of aggression. I consider this being an achievement because less than 1 year ago, during international conference in Vilnius, we had this conference together with Dainius Žalimas, Lithuania and Poland, also Ukraine, was the only countries who had no doubt that additional international legal mechanism, that a special tribunal, is needed to ensure accountability for the crime of aggression being committed against Ukraine. What we see now, President of EU Commissioner Ursula von der Leyen clearly indicated that she not only has no doubt, but fully supports establishment of such a tribunal with the support of UN General Assembly. International law cannot afford more protection for the aggressor state than it protects the victim states and its people, more than it protects neighbors of the aggressor state, more than it protects core values of international law. No doubt that legitimacy and broadest international support possible to be ensured for such a tribunal, for that, UN General Assembly track is most fitted. Now we have a lot of discussion on EU level, which way to choose to establish special tribunal, maybe the alternative with hybrid tribunal on national level, Maybe it can be agreement, international one. Sometimes it looks like it's legal question, but actually it's a political decision. Only by creating a fully fledged international tribunal with clear international personality following UN General Assembly resolution clearly recommending it, we can fight impunity for the crime of aggression against Ukraine and at the same time prove to ourselves that international law is able to afford international justice and to give a promise of peace of future generation. Next, I must emphasize that not only personal liability on individual criminals, but also Russia's state responsibility for breaches of international law must be established. Lithuania was among the first states requesting the International Court of Justice to intervene in the case initiated by Ukraine against Russia concerning the application of Genocide Convention. Therefore, by consolidated efforts, we have to make sure that nor UN Genocide Convention, neither other fundamental legal documents of international community are misused or abused to justify this aggression. And being on the right side of history, we have to make sure that aggressor pays for damages. For this reason, the register for damages has to be created. And The Hague is being considered as possible home for the register of damage, in which claims of damage in Ukraine caused by Russian aggression will be recorded. Finally, another for the victim and aggression especially important legal path is the European Court of Human Rights, concerning mass and gross human rights violation by Russian military aggression. Lithuania and 24 other countries have requested to intervene in this case initiated by Ukraine. Last week, Grand Chamber decided to join 2 cases against Russia. This will create a legal basis for the people of Ukraine who are victims to request the satisfaction and damages caused by the Russian aggression, war crimes, and other international crimes. It will have an impact on all national jurisdictional proceedings concerning the violation of conventional rights and claiming for damages. For conclusion, I will share a story from yesterday. Yesterday, I had a dinner with Minister of Justice of Ukraine, Denis Malushka, with Ambassador and my Vice Minister. And my Vice Minister asked a question. Are those people who are sent by Putin to fight and to die on Ukraine soil are instructed at least on basis of humanitarian law? Do they know where is the red line? What is allowed and what is not allowed? What can be considered as international crime, war crime? And then Denis and Petro just left. And I do believe that's the best illustration that Russia doesn't care about international law. Russia doesn't care about rule of law at all. As well as Russia and Putin, they don't care about the people who are sent to die on Ukraine soil. It's just meat for them. So as well as I believe when we speak about creating special tribunal, it's not an international law project. It's something we should do now to decide because it's political decision and it's responsibility of our generation to make sure that actually international law, all the agreements, all the conventions we have ratified actually work in practice as well. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, Minister. I would like to remind the topic of our forum, pursuing President Volodymyr Zelensky peace formula. So now we have a perfect opportunity to ask Minister Denis Maluska and to hear from the first hands from the first person, how is these elements, how these details about Ukrainian vision of justice elements of President Volodymyr Zelensky peace formula, how President Zelensky is imagining this peace formula in context of special tribunal of Russian aggression. So, Minister, floor is yours.
Okay. So first of all, let me thank you for inviting to speak here. It's really a pleasure to meet so many like-minded peoples, to meet our true friends and allies. And we really appreciate your assistance, your help in terms of financial, military support, and support for our refugees, for our kids. Everyone that you've done to help us. So thanks, and thank you on behalf of the whole cabinet of ministers of Ukraine. But returning back to the peace formula, and here I would like, first of all, to mention the news, and the news is that yesterday Chinese published their peace plan as well, and what makes me suffer a bit. The difference between peace plan, Chinese peace plan, and Zelensky peace plan is that justice is missing in the Chinese peace plan at all. So, in our view, justice is a crucial point, and without it, there won't be any meaningful, peace, long-lasting peace possible, since justice, it's not only about values, it's the thing that really matters to all Ukrainian people, and people ask questions and need answers. And we see how peace looks like in the eyes of Ukrainian government, Ukrainian president, how it looks in the eyes and in minds of Chinese. We do not see, at least officially, how Russians understand it. And since I had an experience of being a part of the negotiating team, since the first months, almost immediately after the full-scale invasion, there was a negotiation process between Ukrainian government, Ukrainian representatives and Russian representatives, and I was a part of that team. And surprising to me was that the legal part was really crucial to Russians. Of course, they saw it quite differently from us, from Ukrainians. We wanted justice, and they wanted to make and implement any possible waivers so that they are not responsible for any actions they done on the territory of Ukraine. But that means that the issue of justice, the issue of the law, is on the table, and it could not be dismissed. The major difference is that we see rule of law and justice as a value, as a final result, and Russians see it as a bargaining chip, so that we do not make them responsible for what they commit, for the crimes they've committed. We withdraw our legal actions, and in exchange for that, they also could do something. But as shown is in our president's speech and his plan, the justice is not a bargaining chip. We cannot trade it for territory or whatever. It's a value, and is a crucial point of the plan. What is meant by justice, from our perspective, there are two major part of the justice requirement. First is responsibility of those who committed crimes, all crimes, including war crimes, genocide, and other crimes committed by Russians on the territory of Ukraine. And people who committed those crimes shall be held responsible. And the major one, the major piece here is a crime of aggression, where there is a direct link and direct evidence showing that Putin is guilty of that crime. And here comes tribunal, of course. One of the flagmanship ideas and concepts, how we see the justice system and justice requirement of the peace plan. So tribunal is a part of that, of a bigger criminal part of the justice response. Another part of the justice element of the peace plan is compensations and reparations. And this is even more tangible compared to tribunal, since to put Putin and his team into prison, this will require quite a lot of efforts, quite a lot of resources, and there is no clear view how to achieve that in the short run. Though we pursue at least verdict or arrest warrant in the nearest future, that would be the first result, quite tangible result, which we would like to have. In case of reparations, we are talking about hundreds of billions of euros. And the more time war continues, the big amount of reparations and compensations will be at stake. Here we also see and have a clear roadmap how to move forward. We start with the register. Evelina just mentioned it. We had preliminary discussions and understanding with Dutch, and they agreed to host register in Hague. Next step would be compensation commission, and next step, the third and final major step, would be to fill compensation fund with money and send those money to the victims, to those who suffered, to the companies who had losses, damages, and to compensate businesses, natural persons, municipalities, and state. And you are right, usually those initiatives are implemented after the war. And now we are innovating in many areas, but also in the timeline. We asking these initiatives to be implemented during the war. Why? First of all, we have such opportunity. It's not like the ordinary war. I still have possibility to travel, and so other Ukrainians. Why do not do our job right now, and why sit and wait? But apart from that, there are other reasons to do that. One of that is request of Ukrainian society, not only Ukrainian one, since, as you rightly mentioned, nobody really cared about international organizations or international law before the war, and nobody will care about international law or international organization if they do not prove that they could do something, that they could address Russian aggression and provide an effective solution, legal solution to this war, and help make those who started aggression responsible for their crimes. So the sooner we begin, the sooner we show the society that this is necessary, the better for us and for international community. So we need to make it happen and to start it as soon as possible. And actually we are doing that. And we see the support of that idea. And the sooner we begin that, the better chances are that the rule of law will remain to be a value, will remain to be a final result, and won't be a bargaining chip on a negotiation table. If we postpone that, there is a risk that Russia at a certain point would try to blackmail, requiring to drop any charges in exchange for I don't know what. Let's not allow them to do that, and let's show that lawyers, as well as soldiers, could defend their values and provide tangible result for the society. That we are not getting our salaries for only good words on some events, but also are useful in addressing the aggression in terms of the law, and not work not only internally by keeping our system safe and sound, but also internationally by making Russians liable. Well, that's like a short overview of how we see that area, and thanks again for invitation.
Thank you, Minister. Now our discussion, our debate are going to academical part, and we invited here three professors who are really well known, not only in Lithuania, but also outside Lithuania. They are specialists, professionals from different areas of human rights. Professor Žalimas, specialist of constitutional law. Professor Leinartė is specialist of elimination of discrimination against women, and Professor Ruškus, quite well known for all of us as activists, as specialists on the rights of persons with disabilities. So I would like to ask to limitate your speeches around 7-8 minutes, and later I would like to return to our ministers and to use once more opportunities to hear comments from ministers once more. But now floor is going to Dainius Žalimas, Dean of Faculty of Law and former President of Constitutional Court of Republic of Lithuania. So, dear Professor, floor is yours.
Thank you, dear moderator, dear ministers, dear ambassador, dear rector, dear colleagues and friends. It's really a pleasure to be here with you and to discuss the issue which just a year ago seemed to be so from the field of fantastics, let's say. It's something seemed to be so unreal, and I remember when we raised this initiative at the end of February, beginning of March, the first public initiative, international public initiative appeared regarding the establishment of a special tribunal. There are so many voices of skepticism that it allegedly was not real to be implemented. But now, as we are talking in various international organizations, in various fora, and leadership of a number of states had expressed I think expressed support for this idea. And actually, you know, you reminded me that I am not from only the constitutional law professor, but I started my career from international law. And fortunately or unfortunately, but the topic of my first scientific research, that was the restoration of independence of the Republic of Lithuania, still seems to be relevant because it starts, of course, from the obvious issue of defining the aggression. Defining the aggression in 1940 and defining the aggression now, it's almost identical issue. And actually, there is nothing to add here except one thing, that the aggression against Ukraine seems to be so classical. It includes all the acts of aggression, almost all the acts, maybe one or two are only missing. And that is the first role which can be played by international law. First of all, give the assessment. Actually, the assessment is very clear. It is unambiguous. That is no doubt that it is aggression. And now the second question is about the effectiveness of international law. You started from that. Actually, it's very interesting to teach international law currently because nobody knows actually how this issue will be solved, but the result, I think, it's more or less is very clear. It will be the same as at the end of the Second World War. That's why we simply gathering here. That is the assessment of the aggression in a special tribunal, Nuremberg number 2. And that was the issue that I wanted really to touch. Very small remark only about the effectiveness of international law. International law is not something, autonomous or independent from international community. What is international law? It's the rules adopted by international community, and the implementation of those rules is also, it's naturally dependent on the international community itself. So when we speak about effectiveness of international law, really we should blame ourselves. By ourselves, I mean international community, but nobody else can be blamed here. But why I touched this issue of Nuremberg number 2? Actually, from the very beginning, at least we in Lithuania, I think sufficiently realized that this special tribunal for the aggression, it is important not only because the concrete persons can be put to trial, and not only because maybe of only aggression against Ukraine, but each aggression usually has quite an extensive ideological background. And like in Nuremberg, we all remember that the Nuremberg judgment of the Nuremberg tribunal starts from the chapters assessing the ideology, which actually resulted in all the acts of aggression. So I consider especially this idea of a special tribunal, first of all, as an opportunity, finally, to assess the ideology which actually had been developed a number of years in Russia, starting from when Putin came to power, actually, because I remember what was the first step of Putin in the office of the president. It's the reintroduction of the Soviet symbols, starting from Angel. Then, in 2002, I think it was in 2002, Russia adopted the special law on the accession to the Russian Federation. I mean, on the order of accession to the Russian Federation. And actually, it's unfortunate, of course, that international community is not learning lessons from the past. But that was also the point to react, because I don't know any normal state, civilized state, which has such kind of laws. And this law had been applied 5 times in respect of Ukrainian territories, by the way. So actually, I think even the most important is specifically to assess and to condemn and to outlaw this kind of ideology for all the times. And this ideology has different names. Maybe most probably, most often we have heard the name of Russism, Russian Volt. But actually it's maybe not sufficiently consistent, but still a system of certain views, which starts from the very beginning that there is only one single Russian nation, that is denying any separate existence, even the right to exist for Ukrainians and Belarusians. But don't forget, they also denying their right to exist also for us. I mean, for Lithuanians, Latvians, Estonians, and even before the annexation of Crimea, and in particular after annexation of Crimea, I have read a number of various pieces of articles written by, I don't know how to call them, by the so-called lawyers, Russian lawyers, who very seriously were attempting to prove that Lithuanian, Latvian and Estonian as well, and of course I'm not even speaking about Ukrainian, independence was allegedly illegal, and illegal not only now from 1990 but also from 1918 as well. So we should understand that really this kind of ideology is behind this aggression, and just to include what is also topical even here in Lithuania, why sometimes I'm hard in criticizing all, how to say, how it's better to describe them, anti-human rights activists, let's say, because it's also a part of Russian world to spread discriminatory ideas, discrimination of women, discrimination of various minorities, including LGBT people. That is also a part of this ideology, which I hope can be also somehow condemned in the future tribunal. And that is the first my concern, that when I sometimes read some resolutions from the Council of Europe, that there is a sort of danger to make the jurisdiction of this tribunal too narrow. We shouldn't miss this kind of ideological background as well. And the second particular feature, very particular one, but that speaks about justice a lot. That is employment of judiciary. Yeah, employment of judiciary in Russia for commission of international crimes. So that is also important not to forget in that as I mentioned, Russia adopted even special laws on annexation of future annexation of foreign territories, and that has been done in using judiciary. I mean, the Russian Constitutional Court, that is unique. I don't remember any precedent in any other country, aggressor country, but the judiciary has been used for committing an aggression. And that is also very important, and for me as a former judge, that is the highest possible compromission of all the idea of justice, when judges are serving for the commission of the crime of aggression. And that is also the point which we shouldn't forget, because sometimes when I am explaining this issue to the Western colleagues, for them it's something quite very difficult to understand, even how the judges can be employed for the commission of international crimes. And so my final remark may be, we shouldn't also forget, I fully understand that it is not the forum which is somehow addressing to Belarus issues, but still they are related. We shouldn't forget also our neighbor, the Belarus regime. And I think the time will come when we'll speak about one more international tribunal for the crimes against humanity. Not aggression crime, because nobody doubts that Lukashenko regime is also responsible for aggression against Ukraine, but the crimes against humanity committed against Belarusian people, and again, with very wide use of judiciary. So that's maybe my main points, and let me finish with a very good quotation from one of my favorite authors, Edmund Burke, who told that nobody made a greater mistake than he who did nothing because he could do only a little. So actually we are doing perhaps very little, We are not so strong country, but we are using this opportunity and we are doing, and I believe the results will soon be visible.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor, a lot. We have privilege today also to have Dala Leinartė, who is chair of United Nations Committee on the elimination of discrimination against women. And of course, our question to Professor Leinartė is based of evidences addressing sexual crimes in Russia, war against Ukraine, but also I think a question of kidnapping of kids is also quite close to here. So it's a lot of how to say, tragical situation, a lot of very important questions. So I hope dear professor selected some of the most important topics. Yeah. Floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much for introducing me, and just have to correct that I am a current member of the CEDAW committee. I was elected in 2013, and I'm former chair of the CEDAW committee. I was the chair for 2 years, to 2017, 2018, and before that I was a vice chair. So it's a big honor for me to speak right now, to be invited to speak, and especially I'm happy to meet the Honorable Minister of Justice of Ukraine, Denis Maluzhky, and I also will have some questions to him, and our rector of the university, so it's really my pleasure to be here. And I just will very briefly introduce what CEDAW is. This is a human rights treaty bodies, which is based in Geneva, and it's one of 10 human rights treaty bodies that all of them are based on treaties, and they are, as such, CEDAW is the major international human rights committee that, with the aim to prevent violence, gender-based violence and discrimination against women. So it's a global, also global mechanism to prevent and safeguard women's rights, just because CEDAW is ratified by 189 countries out of 193. So here, of course, the natural question arises: what impact and role CEDAW did and still does in order to address women's rights, or in general women's situation and sexual violence in ongoing war. And here I would like to address very briefly the situation of collecting data, fact-based data on sexual violence, then coordination between regional and international mechanisms, and an issue of bringing the perpetrators to justice. It was said by our Minister of Justice and my colleague Dainius, and CEDAW is not a court. We cannot speak about bringing perpetrators, but this is a structure of soft law, and we can help to bring perpetrators to justice. So in a very recent, maybe the last one, resolution that was adopted by Council of Europe, by Parliamentary Assembly just a month ago, it was repeated again and again that documentation, reporting, evidence collection and research are essential in uncovering crimes and prosecuting perpetrators of conflict-related sexual violence in the war that we have right now on the soil of Ukraine. And of course, it's crucial in securing remedies for victims and having reliable evidences later or now for bringing perpetrators to justice. But the point is that we do not have those reliable data. So the same resolution that I mentioned, the resolution 2476, they are mentioning 155 cases of conflict-related sexual violence that are recorded in Kiev, Kherson, Kharkiv, Chernigiv, Donetsk, Luhansk, and Mykolaiv regions. But just even less than 2 months ago, CEDAW committee had a constructive dialogue with Ukrainian government. And we invited, under such difficult situations, Ukrainian government to Geneva to bring their periodic report before us. And some delegates, they arrived to Geneva, and some were online. And it was a very constructive and very fruitful dialogue, and I was a country so-called rapporteur. I was managing this dialogue between the CEDAW and the government. And what was said and confirmed many times, that in general, fact-based sexual violence that Ukrainian government could present before the committee and globally, these are 46 cases. In other committees, because I researched everything what was available on sexual violence and data, in some other documents, international and regional, we have, again, different numbers. So the conclusion is that we, for today, we do not have data which are actually reliable, because each source of information officially gives different numbers. And another issue is the numbers. Just because with 46 or even with 155, you cannot go to International Criminal Court or to present, even if it happens, and the special tribunal, criminal tribunal will be established. You are not going with such numbers in order to try to bring Russia as a perpetrator in case of sexual violence against women. Because when special tribunal was adopted for former Yugoslavia, they had around 20,000 cases of rapes in concentration camps and in other settings. So here is already a weak side, and it should be somehow discussed. Now, as I understood from the government during this dialogue, which took many hours, it was too much reliance on the major United Nations institution, which is responsible for addressing sexual violence during the war. It's the Office of the Special Representative of the United Nations Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict. And the lady Pramila Patterns, who is a chair of this office, she visited last year Ukraine, but I invited them to the CEDAW committee, and doesn't matter, they provided a very good guidelines how to collect data on sexual violence, but the office itself, they are not responsible for collecting data, and they do not coordinating the collection of data. So my question is, and then I also read somewhere in the press that International Criminal Court, they also initiated a group, and most probably this is a group, but maybe a minister will correct me. The group resides in the field, and they are collecting fact-based cases of sexual violence against women. But in general, we do not know who coordinates and who collect those data, because the government told us that they do not, it's understandable, they do not have any resources to do this. So this issue is still pending. Then, in regards of special criminal tribunal, yes, we know that it's initiated, and Lithuania and Baltic countries, Poland, Romania, they put a lot of efforts that it would happen. But I would suggest that not all tools, international tools, are still on our tables in use. And here I would like to remind that United Nations CEDAW Committee and the rules of procedure, we have a very important legal tool to bring Russia. It's not a hardcore law, it's soft law, but to bring Russia to Geneva for so-called exceptional reporting, specifically to discuss crimes against women committed by the Russians on the soil of Ukraine. And such reporting procedure was initiated when I was a chair for the first time in the CEDAW's history in 40 years in case of Myanmar. When the genocide against Rohingya started, I initiated to invite Myanmar government, can you imagine, in the heat of genocide, and they to come to Geneva and to report on their own crimes against Rohingya women, children, in our case, women and girls, and they came. So I would suggest that since we have special tribunal somewhere in the horizon, and it's very much important, but we should use, and I would encourage to use this tool, because it would give a lot of voices against Russia internationally. And just the last sentence, CEDAW committee received an invitation 2 months ago, an invitation from the government of Ukraine, me and another member of the CEDAW committee, to visit, right now, to visit Ukraine. And my goal would have been just to initiate this exceptional reporting procedure to discuss with the government how to bring Russia before the committee. But it never happened. We received the invitation, but there is no any real steps done for our visit. So thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Professor. I have this bad role that I need to keep a schedule. At last, but not least, Professor Ruškus, who is well known for us in Lithuania, in public space, in public debate, as a specialist of the rights of persons with disabilities. Also, I would like to remind that it will be possibility to ask questions after 10 minutes. So, especially young people, students, let's prepare slowly in your minds questions, because it's unique, it's unique situation that you will have possibility to ask really specialists of human rights, of international law. So, dear Professor Ruškus, floor is yours.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I would like to begin by applauding my university, my home university, for organizing such an important and meaningful event and forum, and especially such an important day. Within my intervention, I would like to draw your attention on one of the most concerning issues among so many others raised from the inhuman aggression of Russian Federation against Ukraine. Specifically, I would like to address the issue of the disproportional and disastrous effects of the brutal Russian military actions on one of the most defenseless and usually invisible in social and political discourses group of people, I mean people with disabilities. I would like also to highlight measures to be taken as regards efforts of the Ukrainian government along with the international humanitarian aid within the recovery of Ukraine and its further development, the measures aiming at human rights implementation, including international obligations of Ukraine under the international human rights law. My message today is based on the reports of the organizations of persons with disabilities in Ukraine and the international organizations and the Ukrainian government submitted to the committee, to the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, on the Committee of the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and the Committee on the Rights of the Child. In first of which, and also in the second, I personally have taken an active role as a member of the committee. I would like also convey the message of both committees in relation to the situation of persons with disabilities in Ukraine, as well as of the UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and Special Rapporteur of the UN Secretary General for Children and Armed Conflicts. Yeah, well recognized by the UN, including by yesterday General Assembly resolution, Russian Federation has shamefully disregarded its all obligations under entire international law, consequently, and its international obligations, and have put lives of inhabitants, people of Ukraine, including as estimated 2.7 million of people with disabilities, at the most serious risks, including risks of violence, abandonment, and death, with catastrophic sufferings and health consequences for civilian population. I also would like, along with the CRPD, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and the CRC, Convention on the Rights of the Child, I would like to recall to Geneva Convention 4 on the obligations of the states to ensure protection and safety of civilian persons at times of war, explicitly including persons with disabilities, among others. As well reported to the UN, in Ukraine, people with disabilities, including children with disabilities, have been highly disproportionately exposed to the above-mentioned risks engendered by Russian Federation military action. Grassroots organizations of people with disabilities reported that at least 400,000 people with disabilities, or around 15% of disability community, fled Ukraine to find refuge abroad, including in Lithuania, and 33,000 have been internally displaced. At the UN, we also heard testimonies that Russian military is not permitting humanitarian access for persons with disabilities in the occupied territories. There is no access to medical assistance, medicine, and the violence from the part of the Russian military is encountered. There were also a lot of reports about people with disabilities being forcibly deported to very distant areas in the Russian Federation. Women, children, all the people with disabilities are exposed to greater risks in time of wars, including under Russian aggression against Ukraine, and that includes also separation from their families that seriously affects their lives. Besides, women and girls with disabilities are exposed to the very high risks of sexual abuse against them. In addition, for people with disabilities, in situation of families with children with disabilities, situation even more aggravated due to the lack of accessible transportation, accessible shelters, basic services, assistance, and accessible assistive devices, and other emergency, especially accessible emergency measures and responses. Persons with disabilities are often left behind or forgotten within the humanitarian aid programs. They are too often left behind in emergency situations and experience, as we can call secondary, caused by being left behind, secondary risks and challenges. The breakdown of services and infrastructure is specifically harmful for people with disabilities. They often remain invisible, left behind, when assistance is planned and humanitarian aid is planned and delivered. I would like to draw the attention, very specific issue as regards disability. It is institutionalization of persons with disabilities that put persons with disabilities, children with disabilities, including to the condition extremely high risks under military actions. As reported to the CRPD committee, around 43,000 people with disabilities continued to live in 282 residential institutions, the so-called psychoneurological internats and other, across Ukraine in outskirt areas of the state, outside regular communities. Even more, there are around 90,000 children, including children with disabilities, around 30,000 children with disabilities in Ukraine who live in institutions without parental care. Additionally to the abusive effects of institutionalization itself, children and adults with disabilities have been abandoned by staff, usually by staff who fled. They also lost their ties with their communities, their families, following the Russian invasion. And under military action, life in the residential institutions became extremely dangerous, and this place have been extremely highly exposed to the risk of human rights abuses. Moreover, we know that the Russian military forces used residential key institutions as place to stay, used them as a shield, and there is information about death of persons with disabilities in institutions due to their abandonment in this condition. For conclusion, I would like to use opportunity within this forum and recall to the obligations of the states, in Ukraine and Russian. Again, well, we know that it violates fully the international law. So obligations under international human law, particularly CRPD and CRC, Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities and Convention on the Rights of the Child, and to reiterate the call of experts of the United Nations to take all necessary measures, to take protective measures and ensure access to assistance and aim social inclusion of all persons with disabilities, particularly affected by Russian military invasion in Ukraine. I would like to highlight 3 areas of measures to be taken within the recovery plans and further actions of the state of Ukraine, taking into account the democratic and the human rights-based vision of the state and the human rights aspirations of the state and its obligations under international human rights law. First area, one area would be taken into account the Russian military aggression can be set back the very fragile process of deinstitutionalization in Ukraine. So it is promotion of deinstitutionalization of all persons with disabilities, providing them with supports for their independent living in communities, support to families on equal basis with others by ensuring access to the range of community-based services, in-home services, and access to facilities and services for general population, including health and educational services. For children with disabilities who are still in institutions, in care institutions, the right to family must be ensured by prioritizing and providing them with family environments, including foster families for children still in institutions. Second area to ensure, with the involvement of international and grassroots organizations of persons with disabilities, within all measures taken for humanitarian aid, including international aid programs and measures for rebuilding the country, including in national emergency response strategies and evacuations. So all these strategies and plans are inclusive for persons with disabilities. And third area is actions to be undertaken of the measures to end the impunity for crimes against civilians, including against persons with disabilities, and ensure accountability and punishment of perpetrators, as well as access for persons with disabilities to justice, effective remedies, and as appropriate reparation. And finally, I would like to communicate the solidarity of the CRPD committee and Lithuanian disability community with the Ukrainian people with disabilities. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Professor. As you can see, we are old schedule. We used all our time, but in any case, always 1-2 questions from the hall always are really welcome. So, Maka Berulava, the voice of democratic Georgia.
Yeah. Hello. So actually, I have 2 questions, and as
one Maka, please. One.
Okay.
One.
What if I will merge them then? So first of all, my question is like to Mr. Denis as representative of Ukraine and you like all panel members. I was all the time thinking about raising awareness about Holodomor as the huge crime against Ukrainian nationhood done by Soviet Union. And I was questioning myself, I don't know what about Lithuania, but when I was a school student in Georgia, we never studied anything about Holodomor in school books, whereas we studied about Holocaust. And now when I'm like speaking and talking about Ukraine nationhood problems, there is really huge gap towards it. And my question is, when peace will be established and it will need to be built, will the question of Holodomor come back to highlights? Because just in 2022, in December, European Parliament recognized genocide of Ukrainian, of Holodomor, and even United Kingdom doesn't recognize it now. So it is not as widely recognized as other genocides in the history. And second, to this, my question will be... Short. Yeah. For example, Nuremberg trial, which Professor Danius mentioned, was organized by USSR, by US, by France, by United Kingdom. But what we are talking now is to organize international tribunal. But if we will affiliate it with the UN, which has China in Security Council, what if China will abstain to organize the international tribunal? How it will be organized?
Okay.
How you imagine? Thank you.
It's clear. And another chance, dear Richard, Chief of Representative of Canadian Office in Vilnius.
So I wanted, it's not a question, it's a comment. But it's a comment that several months ago, I sat in the Palace of the Grand Dukes in Vilnius, and the Minister of Justice, one of them was on the stage and the other one was on the wall, speaking to us by VTC. And it strikes me, and I want to reinforce possibly to some of the audience, that history is a terrible thing to live through. But we can see progress taking place. That the discussions that took place because Minister Dobrovolska brought us together then, some of the things that were talked about, oh yeah, it would be a good idea to maybe set up an interim prosecutor's office to start the work on that. That's happening now. And while this room can seem very comfortable and very distant from the suffering, in the other conversations that I've sat in discussing the war in Ukraine, we talk in some terms about the deterrence value that bringing justice may have, that making accountability for these crimes can help deter them now, because we're speaking about accountability now, and may, we would hope, reinforce a rule of law, even if the Russians don't believe in it. I don't care if they believe in it, I just want them to be afraid of it. And I think that can be the hope that we can have in the year to come. We've made, I think, great progress, and Canada hasn't always agreed in every step of the way, and that's why we keep talking. But I think we're going to continue making progress, and I want to underline that Canada is working and plans to continue working with Ukraine and with Lithuania and other friends of Ukraine in the months and the years to come.
So absolutely the last question, the third. Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you very much to our dear panelists and ministers. It's an honor to meet you.
Can you introduce yourself?
Yes. I'm Bogdan Polowenko. I'm a student at VMU in political science and diplomacy faculty. And my question is concerning international law procedures. As you may know, that after the unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, the West was quick to react to apply sanctions and seize numerous funds and assets of the Russian Federation, and there's like billions and billions of euros that the West has frozen right now. What are the legal mechanisms, and do they exist, of these funds to be transferred to Ukraine? Because I'm sure as a part of the Volodymyr Zelensky peace formula, there needs to be a compensation mechanism to Ukraine, to rebuild Ukraine, to reconstruct Ukraine. And how can these funds be returned back to Ukraine, which belong to Russia? And is it even legal to do that? Because Russia completely disregards international law, and so if the West just does the same and gives it to Ukraine, what is the credibility of international law in general then?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, if I can ask very, very shortly and be laconic, Minister Maluska, floor is yours.
Yep.
2 3 minutes.
I try to be quite short. Well, Holodomor, it's on our agenda, it's high on our agenda, and because of this diplomatic push, because of the good job done by our embassies, there is like renewal of recognition Holodomor's genocide. So it's a good historic example of what was happening during those times and what could be like in the future if we'd not address that issue. With regards to UN Security Council, that's a major problem with creation of the tribunal. Otherwise, it would have been already established. The problem is that the tribunal was never created without the decision of the UN Security Council, and we plan to do exactly that, to establish the tribunal by way of international treaty and have an umbrella resolution of UN General Assembly and move forward after that. So that is a major problem, and you rightly identified it. And with regards to the sovereign funds, you're exactly right. It's our main target in terms of compensation, since it would be relatively easy to get like arbitration award, ruling of the court, whatever, but how to implement it if we don't have money? And as we say, make Russia pay again. We really need to find Russian money, and there are plenty of investors, businesses, people running all over the world looking for Russian money, since Russia lost quite a lot of different arbitrations, and they, well, indebted quite heavily. And our main target is sovereign funds of the Russian Central Bank. They are protected by sovereign immunity, we understand that. And we fight again to have a treaty lifting that sovereign immunity and to add additional exception to the sovereign immunity. And since there are many exemptions to the sovereign immunity rule principle in international law. So we push forward, we ask our partners on the West to support that idea, and there is still huge resistance, since if you listen to US lawyers, now there is still major concern that the number of exemptions from the sovereignty rule in US law is too extensive, and it shall be narrowed down, since, well, the sovereignty is not protected well enough, particularly in case of torts, since the nature of tort extended to different, because of the world becomes global and there are different internet-related cases of damages. So in that case, it's already like there are too many holes in the sovereignty rules. They were thinking about narrowing it a bit, and now we came with our idea, let's make a wider list of exemptions. So that is a problem, and again we deal with it to make another exemption and allow us to get access to those funds. This is a crucial point. Yes, right.
So, dear Minister Maluska, big thanks for coming to Lithuania, to coming to our university. It's big honor for us to spend this important day, important anniversary to you, to host you in our university is absolutely our big privilege, and thank you for all, for Minister Dobrowolska, for Professor Leinart, for Professor Žalimas, for Professor Ruškus, Thank you for participation. And we use absolutely all the time for our panel. And now it's time for closing remark of this international seminar. So thanks colleagues a lot. And especially once more, thanks for Mr. Maluska. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, our moderator, for giving thanks and for doing this wonderful job in moderating this session. So once again, thank you, the panelists, and we're now running to the last closing remarks. So you're welcome to take your places in the audience. And I'll be honored to invite His Excellency, Ambassador of Ukraine, Petro Beshta, to take the seat in the front for the closing remark. And I would also like to ask the director of the Center of Ukraine, Ambassador Alga Skumja, also to join for the closing remarks. Just take seats here. Could you please pass this to me? No, the sign. Thank you. It should be working. I'll just switch off mine. So, Your Excellencies, the time is yours to give those closing remarks. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be short. I would like to start with thanking to the organizers, to the panelists and participants of this conference. It's very timely and very important. Ukraine appreciates the very quick response by Lithuania to the President Zelensky peace formula by holding this conference. And the first thing is that peace formula is about war and about post-war periods. We are fighting this war for survival and freedom just for new ethics to emerge from this crucible of the war, which will form the basis for the post-war world order. It is in our common interest to build such a system that can prevent aggression or effectively punish it. The existing mechanisms show their inability to ensure security in the center of Europe. All the measures were taken before or after the beginning of the Russian invasion were exclusively reactive in nature. Under today's security circumstances, every country can and must show leadership to contribute to regional, European or global security, as we try to do it with this peace formula. President Putin and his regime represent a global threat to the international community. His strategy is undermining stability, brutal pressure and destruction everywhere. That's why the peace formula is meant as a global initiative aimed at restoring respect for the United Nations Charter and international law, at preventing repetition of crime of aggression with impunity in the modern world, at achieving a sustainable and just peace. And just to mention, the peace formula by the President Zelensky was recognized by the EU-Ukraine summit this year, and just yesterday the United Nations General Assembly adopted with the overwhelming majority of 141 vote resolution which encompasses all the key elements of the peace formula. And this decision just manifests the total isolation of Russia with its aggression. The second point is that today's discussion of these two tracks of the formula was in-depth, result-oriented and timely. The conference is important, is yet another sign of Lithuanian leadership and practical support for Ukraine. Following today's discussion, our cooperation in the fields of energy security and justice will definitely be more productive, and we are looking forward for some follow-ups to the ideas and discussions and problems that were discussed today. On energy and justice tracks, Lithuania has been one of the international leaders and promoters since the full-scale aggression started. Lithuania's support for energy sector of Ukraine after shelling civil infrastructure exceeded over 6 million euros and 2 million euros are in process. And the government of Lithuania and the Minister of Justice, Emelina Dobrovolska, were practically the first to endorse our call to establish a special tribunal for the crime of aggression in the mid of March last year and to organize the international conference in Vilnius dedicated to this issue. The formula needs more global support, and this is our priority objective, and we will work with all the participants of the peace formula to promote those tracks that they have chosen. Thus, more countries will become supporters and partners in implementation of the formula. And the last point, the forum held today also opens the next stage of the Ukrainian Center operation. Ukrainian Center is the organizer of this event, and this transformation envisages a long-term strategic goal, establishing an expert institution capable of providing an expertise to Ukraine on various topics, including Ukraine's preparation for the EU membership. The potential of Ukrainian Center is truly exceptional. For more than 9 months now, the center has been operating as an open cultural and educational institution, attended by more than 12,000 of Ukrainians. This is a true project of European scale, the first of such kind in the EU. Considering the necessity and request from temporarily displaced Ukrainians, the center will continue to provide numerous opportunities for self-improvement for Ukrainian adults and children, educational services and psychological support, hosting various cultural events and workshops. However, despite the ongoing aggression, Ukraine is now continuing the process of reforms, actively implementing the EU recommendation and preparing for the negotiation process. Therefore, the broadening of this mission of the center is timely and relevant, and we are confident that Lithuania's considerable experience in implementing reforms in the EU accession negotiations, as well as the great number of professionals, experts, academia, will assist Ukraine to achieve these priority goals fast. This transition to the implementation of these new ambitious objectives of Ukrainian Center became possible thanks to the daily work of the entire team, headed by Algiras Kumža and by the support of rector of Magnus University, with everyone, with the office of the President of Lithuania. So thank you. It's a very good job, and we all see the big perspective for the Ukrainian Center. Thank you.
Yeah, type, get it. No, it's fine. Yeah. Final remarks. I think our forum was successful, and I'm proud to be a little part of the success because we are here, Ukrainian Center. As you know, the idea of Ukrainian Center belongs to the first ladies of Ukraine and Lithuania, Olena Zelenska and Diana Nausėdienė, and we have 3 very strong supporters or founders. Vytautas Magnus University, and rector is here, Ukrainian Embassy, Ambassador His Excellency Petro Bešta, and of course Office of our President. We are juridical status is that we are part of Vytautas Magnus University. We are non-governmental, non-profit organization. Center has no state budget. Center opened in the beginning of the summer last year. We had a big ambitions. We wanted to help Ukrainian children and women. We wanted to carry out cultural diplomacy and help the European integration process. We wanted to create an open space for culture and information where Ukrainians in such difficult situation would feel comfortable. At first, the task seemed difficult, but half a year later, we can see that the beginning was successful. Why was the start so strong? Vytautas, the great university, helped us enormously by providing with the excellent facilities. This is truly a great support and privilege. There was also great support from Ukrainian embassy. Careful attention was paid by the ambassador, His Excellency Petro Bešta. Financial sponsors began to appear. Lithuanian companies and individual sponsors. Some contributed 10 euros and some $50,000. Some sponsors appeared from New York, London, Panevėžys, even from Peru. The many activities we have at the center would be impossible without our volunteers. Here at the center, we receive new ideas and proposals every day. Order of Malta, Red Cross, Save the Children, and others are great partners and help us in turning those ideas into reality. Even the Japanese ambassador, he was attended here in the morning, even Japanese ambassador joined as a volunteer at the center. His Excellency Ozaki Tetsu is a frequent visitor to the center, and the most important thing is that he is not visiting as a guest, but has become a volunteer. He teaches Ukrainians calligraphy, introduces them Zen Buddhism, Japanese poetry, the culture of his country. I invite everyone, ambassadors and non-ambassadors, professors, and not everyone can be volunteer at our center. Lectures, trainers, psychologists. I myself was an ambassador in Ukraine for 4 years, from beginning of 2006 till the end of 2010. But it seems that only now have I really begun to understand the people of this country. They are so talented. Everyone seems to be a singer and dancer, performer. They are very strong, really strong and unbreakable. They are loyal to their country and their home. What they dream at most now is to return home. How can we help them realize their dream? Help overcome the aggressor by all possible means. And my final words or key words should be compassion and support. Support and compassion. Підтримка і співчуття. Співчуття і підтримка. Atjauta ir parama. This is my final message. Thank you, dear Rector, Ambassador, dear Vilma. Thank you.
It remains to me to thank both ambassadors for their closing remarks. And just before we announce the forum closed, I would like us to just draw attention to one word in the title, the very first one, pursuing. It entails that we are at the beginning of a process, and the process that will require everybody's attention. And I just want to join the words of Ambassador saying that, well, everyone is welcome to contribute to the mission and idea of the Center of Ukraine with their initiatives. Today we have shown a good example, a good amalgam of the expertise brought by politicians, specialists, and academia. And I think that on that good road we will continue with other events, really trying to, what the ambassador said, to bring compassion, and I would say that we also need to bring hope and ultimately to help to go to the victory. Victory in all different spheres, victory in the battlefield, but also victory in the Ukrainian Euro and NATO integration ambitions. So thank you everyone, and till the next time.
Дякую.